Good morning, traders. Vindy here with FuturestraderElite. Morning Remod, morning Special K. So we got some little down move here in pre-market. I caught this here short. Caught a lot of that short actually. Now was and then I tried to play this leg here along and barely got a little bit out of it. As you can see, I was waiting for a 15-minute confirmation. I got my 15-minute confirmation back above the 15-minute 50, and it turned around and started to look like it wanted to make a W, but now, but then that failed right there. So now it's starting to look like a wobble or something. Not a W anymore. The ugly wobble U. They ran out the bottom of the 4-hour candle, put in another low down here around 700. The 4-hour low. Currently, the candle we're working on, 4-hour high, be the pre-market high up there. Had a great session. We did our first stream on the Asia session last night at Market Open. Pretty good turnout there. Fun with that. Regular members there from the New York session. I was thinking that maybe they was going to try to run this back, up by before 8:30 when they tag down here, put at another low, but we got some 15-minute imbalances. This box here, 756 to 772, 15-minute bearish imbalance. Right now, with the way things are looking, of course, the intraday is going to be bullish right now. Had this little dip here in pre-market, but the 15-minute chart's looking to shape up pretty good. It closes, market opens, it can close up here, anywhere up here inside this imbalance, probably like 760 or so. It'd be looking good. I wanted to tell you, I've been wanting to play this long, but like I said, I barely got out here before it dropped. I was trying to give it time to breathe, but then it didn't. I closed right at about break even on that one trade, and that drop came in. James. That momentum on the 1 minute and 2 minute already up here in overbought territory. It's hard for me to want to really get long, even though it can stay up there and they can keep driving this up. You have a better shot at the long when the momentum's drained down, not when it's up here. A little more risky to get in with that momentum already up top for it to go against you. As you can see, ATRs on the 1 minute's around almost 8.5. I built a box for Ninja Trader. I'll still be calling out ATR. Some people might not pay attention to it that close, but I always pay attention to it. But now it's visually on the Ninja. And it is in points, not ticks. So that's 7 points in 1 minute, not ticks. Sometimes some of them are ticks and some are points. I got mine points. We'll have about half minutes maybe before the market opens. Had fun last night, Ramon, in the evening session. Yeah, having a pretty good time. Cutting up pretty good. Yep, we had to bring some life to it. Had to bring some life to it, so it wasn't so boring. Don't want to get caught on the wrong side of anything, so I'm just going to let the market open up and see what it wants to do. Like I said, as long as they close it up here around 7 inside this imbalance, I'd preferably around 760 or 765. It closes in that area as the market opens, then I mean, it really could go either way still, don't matter, but it'd look better. And then, they might drive it up to the pre-market high. Of course, we're at all-time highs again, and a new high overnight. At 31K, it's looking a whole lot better as a incoming number by the end of the week, possibly. They keep doing what they've been doing. They keep pulling it back, but they're not hammering it down to the downside very much. And anytime they do, they fire back on it to the upside. So, it's very possible. Just 300 points away, not even 3. Another psychological hold number being at 31K, just like the 30K was. So pretty bullish. We were just talking about getting the 30K, what, a half ago or so to hit it, and now here we are on our way to 31. James, well, I just like to know how many points it's moving on a higher time frame when I'm trying to look for confirmations and everything. Plus, sometimes I don't switch back and forth anymore, but used to I'd switch to different time frames on the chart, like say to the 2 minute or the 5 minute or 15. And if I was on that chart, like looking at something, I wanted to know what the ATR was at for that. But it takes too long for my chart to calculate data because I got so much going on. I can't change it. It'll freeze up for 3 or 4 minutes or before I can use it again. Got about 1 minute left for the market open. Now would be the time. Take some deep breaths. Maybe do some kind of breathing technique to slow that heart rate down if your heart's beating and racing before the bell. Be completely calm. Nothing new here, nothing exciting. Coming into a regular trade day. Look at him trying to drive his candle back up in the territory I was talking about for the 15. Trying to get up there to that 760. Good close on 15-minute chart. Wow, look at that. Wild. Wild. Whoa. Look at that. All right. 25 points on the 1 minute on the ATR. Gotta be careful here. Eyes down. Stay out of it, really. I'm not gonna get it. I have to let it smooth out a little bit. What an open. I can take that imbalance off, huh? Or they're gonna drive us up pretty hard here, or they're gonna pull it back pretty to put in some range here. Even though that we had that great pop right there, it's not much range on the orb. Up the high, they reject, marching it up. Yard bounce around 24, 25. That's not real bad. Not real volatile. Not like, 30, 40, 50. They put that green candle and swept, put in a new high there. Open this candle up and swept even higher, but closed that candle below the previous high, which is a yellow line inside that 4 box. So they could see more downside right here. Still going to patiently just sit on the sidelines, let it do what it wants. I'm going to have to probably wait till the 15-minute orb is put in. I've already got some other things drawn on the chart down below, lower than our pre-market low. From pre-market, I was looking at some things. On a 15-minute chart, we need to stay above this box here, really. 685 to 6. if for some reason this pulls back, say anything under 650, the bias will be short on the day if we get under 6. At least if it does get under 650, bias will be short under 650 at least until 560. Depends on how it were to react to that. Wow, what a short, crazy pullback there. Crazy pull. Here's that box I was just talking about. Now, the 15-minute candle, of course, still got a lot of time. 9 minutes. So this could come on down, but if the 15-minute candle were to close back above this box right here, like if they find some support here at the 30-minute 50 or this 4-hour zone here, fine. As long as it closes back. Above there, we got a golden pivot and a 60-minute 50 sitting on a 4-hour zone down here. Around 607. 100 has been a number that's been working pretty well for bounce area as well. Back to the left here. We had a sweep of that area here. You know, we waited, it swept, got back up in here, held back here, tapped that same area and took off with a big run. So 600 would be something to be watching if it wants to move down that way. Anybody catch any of this short? I got to stay on the sidelines. I'm going to let this play out and do it at once. I'm not even going to try to trade it. Not going to attempt anything just yet. Like I said, the 15-minute orb ain't even in. So now we got 807 and 672. That 140-ish points, maybe. If they close the 15-minute candle below this box, below that level, or say they get down to 653 something, 15-minute candle, that's going to be looking real rough on the higher time frame. Below 650, you might as well think there's a good chance that it's going to get to 562, but there's the possibility that 600 would save it 596 to 606. I don't know. Take it one time. It's got 6.5 minutes before it closes. We'll leave it there and see. If they get a strong bounce here and work its way out over the next few minutes, then it'll push that 15-minute candle back into the range it needs to be in. If you're just waiting on something to set up, don't forget to smash that like button on the stream. Help push it out there further. 5 likes. Give away a copy of Trader Mindset. ATR's up around 30, 32. Volatile. There's a lot on the table there. But you got to be able to look at this leg to the downside and be okay not catching any of that. And then I have to be okay not catching this here because we're not even 15 minutes into the day yet. And it made them move. There are a lot of points there, but also a lot of gambling involved with that there instead of actual trade plan. Ours almost 40. Practicing my JOMO morning for sure. We're on the runway to 1,000 subs. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell other traders. Let's grow the community. $15 candle still has right at 3 minutes. It really needs to close above the 15-minute 50, which is what it's chopping on up there. Not looking. Got about 2 minutes. I'm just trying to push down here. Get to that 650 area. Unless they protect here at the orb low and put in a double bottom here right out of the open of the market, intraday bottom, build a W here. This candle we're working on now closes below this line or on that line. Excuse me. If it does that, then I'm going to be looking for one or two things to happen. We see some kind of retrace back up into here for a short opportunity or a further drop on the very next candle, and it might be a hard drop pretty fast. Definitely turns the intraday bearish as of now. Seven seconds. So, excuse me. Could get down to that 600 level though. So there are 15-minute orbs locked in right there. What a huge range. 623 to 807. like it could see a possible retrace back to the market low for further rejection. Right through that 600 level. So far, like it ain't nothing. Hope is going to area right here. If we take out that box, we're going probably straight to 520s, 525, 535 maybe. What a drop. What a drop. Did anybody catch that? Below this box, possible 425 is inbound. A break below 520, 515. Could see 425, another 100 point. Got some 15-minute imbalance down here. We have a previous day low right here inside this top side of this imbalance at 425, which we'll get to if we break below this. ATR is still way up there. 30s. Inside this box here, there's a 15-minute trend line. 15-minute candle can close above that trend line. Possibility that they're going to bounce the trend line back up to the side. So I have 10 minutes on that 15-minute candle. So this could, if they don't want to push it down here, they could chop this around right here. And ideally, if they can keep it here for 10 minutes, close above that trend line, then we might see some kind of a recovery. possibility 425 will be inbound. We got that S1 pivot there at 452, but I don't think that's going to count for much. They want to keep pushing down. Down like that low on this candle here is like a little over 300 points from the high at the open. Morning swing. Close out manual. I shouldn't right now. Really want to wait for confirmation of 15-minute candle, but by the time I wait on that, this could be all the way back up here somewhere. Like this could be up quite a bit. Leave a lot on the table because this drive looks promising here. I'll have about 6.5 minutes on that 15-minute candle to close. Do some evals here. right at about 4 minutes on the. Although if they get it back down to say 527, 525 will be the danger zone, because that's right back down on the trend line. Means they might want to keep on taking us further down. And maybe they do. Maybe they want to clean up some things on the chart or something. After coming down over 300 points off the high for the open, you think that maybe we'd get kind of recovery that's more than this right here. Maybe it put back into 700 or so. A lot of scenarios here, especially with that 15-minute candle getting closer down here, but they could even still putting in a base of a W here. Could be the bottom. They're wanting to come down and retest, for another bounce, or if it could follow through. Could follow through. Push. Dirty little. Managed to get them 300 something out of the red to $22 in the green. Good enough for me. Now I just had to wait and see. The 15-minute candle closes in 5 seconds. So, and it's well above the trend line. That would have been way down here in this box. Try to run this back 57 or better maybe. Oh, push. Push. Take some there, not be greedy, huh? Back where it was at and let one run. There if they push. Really? Like that, huh? Got one left. I'll leave it down to break even and see. Run. This should push back to the upside here. At least into the 50 on the 1 minute. No, nothing's a straight line though, but I mean, it could go further than that. Looking at the 15-minute chart, maybe 700, 707. Excuse me, everybody. Got something in my throat. Come on, got to break back into the orb there. Move my stop up just enough to maybe cover my fees if it stops me out. I'm in the trade anyway. Got some base hit in. Copy trading 3 evals. ATR still around 40. There it is. Pushing. Bullish as everything has been. You know, you would think they don't want to let the higher time frame charts get too out of whack. They made it look kind of rough there with that drop, but now they may try to drive it right back in the range to make them look decent. Get back above, say, the previous day high up here, 740, and everything, of course, will definitely flip back to bullish bias on the day. They'll have the legs to get there first. I need to lock in profit here. We're going to pull back. $60, 50, maybe. Either way, I'll still be in the green. So let me give it some time to breathe here. I can let the runner do its job. Up and get above 650 though. They can get above 650 and start walking this upside. Maybe add to the position and pullback. Ideal as well. Everybody doing more today. I am right here. What I've done so far today. A lot of this was in pre-market. I caught the drop. I think it was between 8 and 8:30 market time, maybe. And these three are what I'm in right now. The 184, 173, 160. So wherever this trade closes out. So doing pretty good so far on all myself. At least I think so. Doing good enough for me. What are y'all doing? Push this up. Get above 650. Yeah, how's everybody doing? We had that huge pullback. Nobody ever responded when I asked if anybody shorted. How is everybody doing? We green, we red, we on the sidelines, we break even in the green and the red. You know, either way, it's been really volatile. So nothing wrong if you've been sitting on the sidelines. Kim said she did. Kim posted in Discord already. Look, yep, look. Locking in almost 1,200 and something. Practically another 1,500 across 3 months. Good job, Kat. Oh, sorry to hear that, Swang. Never good to try to really trade when you're feeling down. Yeah, it's sometimes when the market's already miserable on its own, it's hard to feel miserable and watch the miserable market. I wouldn't blame you there. You remember last night we was on the Swang, we was on the Asia session last night, and remember I was back and forth talking about. I ended up being in the green before we got off stream, but I was only in the green like 40 or 50 bucks. Well, when I put my P&L up there just a minute ago, all them accounts that were 200 something were the same ones I was trading last night. I traded them in pre-market. One of them drops. As soon as I got them to where they was at, I locked them in. So had they been in the red a little bit or something, I knew. I kept talking about, well, if I'm in the red tonight, I'm gonna have to. I'll get it back, but I have to do it in New York session. Did it in pre-market. I know as soon as we got off stream last night that thing went the way I was in that long trade, and I went ahead and cut it because I didn't like what it was doing. And no sooner than we got off stream, like the very next candle went up there and hit where that take profit was at. On runner. Almost had a disaster. What'd you do, Swain? Push. Gotta get this thing above 650. If we get above 650, we'll be looking better. That's happened to me before. No kidding. It hurts when you accidentally do that and you end up in the red. Because I've done that and be in the red like $1,000 in like a second. Like, what in the world? I don't switch back and forth anymore. Are still up there pretty good. Yeah, because usually it happens so fast. You exit real fast and then you sit there and pause and got to try to. You're like, why did it? And then realize what you did. I've done that actually plenty of times. Learned some lessons doing that. But that's because I used to trade both constantly during the day. I'd have a split screen instead of like my screen now. I'd have a split screen with two charts up, one of them minis, one micros. I'd be getting confused trying to do both things. Him's calling out 740. I like that idea, but I want to get above 650 first. If you know what I mean. I'd feel a lot more comfortable about tackling something like 740 if, you know, that's about where our downfall started. on the 15-minute chart, and 740 is. So got to get to 650 and above, close above it, make me feel a little better, and then get through this mess up here. Now the 15 minutes, of course, everything ain't a straight line. So if you give it enough time to breathe, hopefully maybe. And 743 was prior day close. Talking about this structure right here to the left, 740 above it on the 115 minute. Calling 740, Kim. Are you in it long right now, Kim? Oh, okay. Done. I figured you might. Get it, get it. Locking in that green. Locking in. All right, we're up almost 100 points with one micro. Talking about base hit. All about base hits, let them compound. Yeah, that's the, now that we're above 650, that's what I'm eyeballing. I need to see if it's going to get there, get through it, or reject it. And initial, it could reject it first, but don't mean it still ain't going. It could get us a pullback. Maybe something to add to. Maybe want to add to the. Might even here at this 30-minute. Let's get that bust above it there. What you know? And what a massive drop. At the open there. It's insane. Got some short today. Got this short right here. I think I took this one. I think I was letting one run, stayed in it, and caught quite a bit of this one micro, I believe. Good times. Something. And I'm aiming to 712. I think maybe I should move my stop ups. Probably move at 30-minute lock in. Reasonably, that much. Go keep pulling back. Don't. Show us how bullish you can be. CTR went down a lot, didn't it? Do it. How many people are in on the long down here? Anybody catch that long? Days in, but working out of the red. What happens today? Trying to counter trend trade the drop. What a nasty candle. Push it back up. Break through that 15-minute 50. Push up. Previous day high. Hold. If they can get above the previous day high and hold, then I'll top into 677, 100 points away from it. Not looking too promising. Top me out. Get them, bulls. Push it. Push. Push. And if they can push above that previous day high and hold 720 area, we could march this all the way back up. Come on, bulls. cool the momentum off a little bit. Question is can they do it without tagging me in? Watch them sweep my area and then go up. Moving my hold on, silent. Appreciate that. Classic move right here. They're going to sweep the 50 on the 1 minute probably. And then go up. Push. Push. Close up there on it. Get it. Come on. Push. Push. Struggle's real. Push, bulls. Flying around. I know y'all can bust through that. They got me. Got me. Nice trade. Now they'll go. They tagged the 50 on the 1 minute and hit my stop. I watch them bust right through there. Yeah, no, that ain't dreaming silent. I mean, I could see them. I mean, if they keep this up, keep getting up here, and can hold, then 860 wouldn't be out of the question. I mean, high is what 6. So they break back into the 800s. You know, I called out 31K. I think Monday that if they keep acting this way, that we might see 31K this week. And I said that we was still down around 30,000. I remember right. And now here we are way up here, putting in new highs overnight, and then when the market opened here, I think that was a new high, wasn't it? All built right here, right out of the. We found the bottom. We didn't chase a bottom, but as it was working its way down the chart on the 15-minute chart, kept calling out numbers on. It breaks through here, and finally we found the one on the 15-minute chart. Got in there, then put in this crazy candle. Beautiful. That trade out of this candle here. See the momentum sort of coming here. The way it opened up and did that and started pushing pretty hard. Oh my God. Look at it. Look at this. They better reject since they want to stop me out. That's the name of the game, though. I think I'm gonna sit on the sidelines for just a bit here and see what this thing's gonna do, and get in some miles on the treadmill, or not some miles, but some walking. Not a mile yet. Not looking real good to me the way it's consolidating here. Going side. Well, I guess I shouldn't say that. If they keep holding like this and drain off all the momentum, then yeah, I can definitely see more upside. All right, Silent. Well, we'll be here if we'll be here some of the day, half the day anyway. Get to come back. If not, we'll see you on the next one. Sometimes that's just how everything plays out. Kim says 740. Yep, that's if that's something you've noticed, Silent, could be. That's why we replaced FOMO with JOMO, and we have the joy of missing out on those manipulations. Kim said, but don't listen to me. Why is that, Kim? Know what you're doing. Obviously, that's you're seeing something there. Yeah, right. I ain't no guru. from what it sounded like in the Asia session last night, ain't nothing but a country bumpkin, is what somebody said. And I was like, why is that? Because I got you saying I have a southern accent. I guess that everybody with a southern accent must be country. I thought I had a northern accent all my life. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna have to think though, if they get above the previous day high here, take out 740, something like that, that you have to expect psychologically that they're going to try to walk it back up to the high. They don't have to, but it's already struggling where it's at. So we'll see. Maybe they want to bring it to the downside first. You know, maybe they want to pull it back down to 650 or something. That's why I'm just going to sit on the sidelines. I need to look at some higher time frame charts. After I got out of that trade, I figured, well, let me do some walking. Just stay away from the chart for a minute. But let's see here. So unless we were to get a pretty good pullback for some type of manipulation to get in too long, it'd be hard for me to think about getting in a long until I see 15-minute candle close above 760. And then I think maybe. But everything kind of needs to clean itself up. There was a huge move down. We've gotten a lot of it back. About 100 points away from having it all back. So, I mean, we may get into some choppy mess here. You know, maybe they do. Maybe it's just going to be forever. You see the ATR's only around 15, 16, hopping around. Keep it's somewhere between 15 and 20. Keeps moving so fast on the just all trend line. All right, so 50. Look at that. If they drop to it right now, they could do it and be bouncing off a trend line. So, oh, see, they get all the momentum cleaned up in the indicators and on all them time frames because none of them are hardly matching up very well. $6.35 touch. That down here or up here, I mean, could be. I mean, if they come on down, they have that 60-minute 50 there sitting right on the golden pivot. That would be a nice area, but I'd hate to see them drop back down to that because this is really bullish. We don't need to be going back 100 points the other way when we was just 100 points away from the high. All up to the market, though. We'll see what they want to do. We don't predict, we react. Yeah, very well could be doing that silent. We'll just give it a little time to write the story and see what it wants to do. Five-minute chart candle is putting in looks pretty good. If they can push it back to 727 and close the next 1 minute candle, buyers step in on this candle here to push it on. Struggle's real. I think I might be inclined to buy if they put this candle above 727. And they only got 15 seconds to do it. They have to do it with a show of force, and it don't look like that. They'll be like, here, we'll do it on the next one. Fifteen candle might. 10-minute candle looks pretty good too if they can push it and close it green. going on, Pipalicious Pips? How you doing today? Locking in that green, I hope. Miss it, but getting that push above that 727 level. Close that 5-minute candle. Got just over a minute. I was waiting for. Uh, Tips. Well, I have the trader mindset book, FTE Trader Mindset book, that is a good read. When we get to 25 likes on the stream, I usually give a copy away to somebody in chat. But several copies of that floating around, and that's what that's all about, is trader mindset and the psychology and emotional stuff behind it. I don't know how long it's all about reps. How long have you been trading? Trading is one of the hardest things you'll ever do mentally. This right here is why you wait for confirmation. I said I wanted that above 727. 5-minute candle just closed way down here. Something else. That don't mean it trades invalid, but will look better the other way. 6 months, pips have been 6 months. All I can really tell you is there's a lot that goes into it. It's hard to pinpoint any one thing. That's going to help without knowing 100%. Even if I did, I mean, everybody, no two traders are the same. Everybody controls their trades differently emotionally, because if you can't 100% keep your emotions out of it, you got people that sell too early, people that take profit too soon, some people that hold too long, some people that hesitate to pull the trigger to get in, and they could all be using the same system but get different results. And it has everything to do with the psychological and emotional side of trading, not the strategy. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with being a scalper. I scalped for a long time. Every now and then I still do a little, not often, at least not on stream. Sometimes I do on the stream, just not like big numbers or nothing like that. Scalp and keep wrist tight. It's going to be easier for you to learn how to hold and wait the more you understand reading structure, market structure. The sooner you understand reading market structure and areas of confluence, then things will get easier. At 6 months in, one of the worst things you can do is strategy hop too much. We talk about that all the time here. I'm taking it you're probably new to our community here, because I don't recognize the name. But so some people, they see somebody posting something big P&L, so then they want to go chase that down and see, well, they're doing this, when half the stuff that you see online is fake anyway. A whole bunch of noise. But then you chase them down, start using whatever strat they're using, but you're losing, yet they keep winning. Now, so then see somebody else post something, and so you switch to their strat, and they keep winning, but you keep losing. And the process is just a circle. It keeps going until you break that cycle. And you break that cycle because sooner or later, at some point, it's not the strat, it's the operator. because you can give the same strat to 100 different traders and get 100 different results. And it has nothing to do with the strat, and has everything to do with the emotional and psychological side of trading. Now, say that you found one, they work and then they don't work even when doing the same thing. Okay, so say that you are one of the people that can keep your emotions at bay, and don't let that affect your trading. So if you are one of those traders and can really do that, you can take a strat and it'll work every day in a bull trend, and as soon as you try to use that strat in a bear trend, it might not work. You might lose. Not all strats are going to work the same depending on the trend of the day. You could have a bull trend during the day. You could have a bear trend during the day. You can have a high time frame bullish bias, but then an intraday bearish bias, and that comes back to being able to read all the market structure from the high time frame down to the low time frame. And all those things can make a strat work differently. There's parts of my system that I like to, or trades that I like to take, that won't work in a bull trend. I mean, I know that. I've tried them. I got pie thrown in my face trying to do it. And then you gotta realize, if you're taking the same strat and all of a sudden it's not working, something's changed in the market. And the market's always changing, and we as traders have to adapt to that. Okay? Because we can't control the market. We don't predict, we react. And so you have to focus on the controllables as a trader. You can't control the market conditions, but what you can control is your discipline, your patience, your risk, your rules, your psychology, and your consistency. Past that, you just have to adapt to the market. And you always got to remember, just because a strat will be winning don't mean it's going to win every day. Just because the same trade sets up, well, the same trades don't usually set up every day, but say you find several of them in a week and you only trade that one trade. Just because it sets up don't mean it's actually going to work. They don't always all work. You can have a great trade plan and still lose. NQ's made to manipulate, that's for sure. And at the end of the day, all you're trying to do is minimize your risk so that your losses are smaller than your gains. You said something about 5 to 8 on a trade, but then lose it all in one trade. You'll get there. You got to keep putting in the tips. 6 months is still really early. Most traders that are consistent and been doing it a while have been trading for quite a long time. If they say they was doing it for 6 months to a year, I'd probably find somebody else to talk to. People may get lucky and get some wins here or there, but to actually be consistent day in and day out and get to a point where you can take payouts, it takes time. Do you feel like you're 100% in control of your emotions when you trade? Tell you what. How about I'm gonna pull some stuff out of the trader mindset book, and you tell me all right, Silent, we'll see you on the next one. All right, Silent. So pips, this is part of something out of the mindset book. The market knows exactly how to manipulate you. NQ in particular is designed to attack your fear, your greed, your impatience, your ego, your need to be right. Price action is literally built around false breakouts, liquidity sweeps, fake reversals, early signals, delayed confirmation, trap candles, and stop hunts. And these aren't accidents. The market makes money by making you make emotional decisions. The ones who survive long term are the ones who don't respond emotionally at all. Now, most traders don't have a strategy problem, they have an execution problem. You give 100 traders the same exact strategy and they will all get different results. And you ask why? Because one enters early, one hesitates until it's too late, one moves their stop, one takes profit too early, one doesn't take profit at all, one keeps over trading, one takes every wiggle as a reversal, one refuses to stop after a loss, one goes full tilt, and one thinks this time's going to be different. The same chart, same rules, same system, but different behavior. Execution is psychology. That's just one little snippet out of that mindset book, and it's a long book, like 90 or 100 pages, I think. But it goes in depth about a lot of stuff. And the book is there because I've been through the trenches myself. All right. And it's to be expected. We all were. As traders at some point in our journey, Tips, we all were. It's everybody's journey is pretty much the same, but we all go through it at different levels. Some people get to certain parts of their journey faster than others. And then some people it takes a longer amount of time, which is fine. The number one thing to know is, I would think, is to know not to force it. You have to let the process play out. It's going to be slow, and it's going to be hard. Trading is very hard mentally. It's not so much. There's just a lot to learn. Okay, and in 6 months is probably nowhere near long enough to learn everything that you probably need to know. I've been trading, it's putting in the reps, Pips. I've been trading full time for 3 years now. So, I mean, it's just full time 3 years and another 12 or 13 years part time before I went full time. A lot of years of being on the charts, reading structure. You know, not everybody's going to make it. And I think a lot of times it's because people make it harder on themselves. If people can't control their emotions and psychology side of it, then they probably won't, because you got to get away from the over trading, which you just said. You got to get away from the revenge trading, the holding and hoping. You got to size down. Quit trying to get push large P&L numbers. You know, go for just regular base hits. Do a regular. Keep things slow and steady and normal. You know, for me, scaling up, I'd rather knock out $100 or $200 on a trade and be copying it on anywhere between 3 and 5 accounts at a time, so that if I hit a base hit like that, it's $500. Process is a little slower, but scaling to me is not about scaling size as far as contracts and P&L. I want to scale funded accounts and keep everything the same, because it's easier for me to get on and try to make $100 or $200 than it is to try to make, say, $500 every day, or $600 or $1,000. I've been there, done that. I've made that much money every day, and the risk that I was putting on the table wasn't worth it to me. So I switched up a lot of things in January after the holidays to bring in the new year a little different and try something else, so that I wasn't putting so much risk out there on the table. Real hard to trade minis, you know, on some of these lower prop accounts. Definitely 25 is a no-go. 50 is almost a no-go. And I used to just trade minis on a 50K, and it's so sporadic, I think, that it wasn't adding up. By the time the end of the year rolled around, it just, to me, needed a different kind of approach. But everything, most of the questions you're asking, Pips, is all going to come in time. You got to live and learn. The best way to do it is to be in the charts. Not necessarily put none of your capital in the market. Just get you a paper account or a sim account or something, and practice. Put in the reps in every day. If you're able to trade every day, try to get you in some reps, looking for the right setups. Just come hang out on here on the stream. And you'll probably learn quite a bit, hopefully. And then there's tools. I've got tools out there if you want to go deeper into it. Like I got the precision trading course is tagged to the stream, and then you got the precision playbook, the trader mindset book. There's other things out there. They're available if you want them. I'm not going to try to get you to. I'm not going to try to sell them to you, but there's things out there. If you had questions about stuff like that, join the Discord. Ask people that have actually taken the course. I'm not going to try to. It's just there for the taking if somebody wants to get something like that. Go a little bit deeper. Appreciate that, Remod. You know how we do it. I know what I'm doing. I'm missing out on a trade. I ain't watching the chart. Look at that. They come down and touch my 650, didn't they? My 650 line right there. What? I knew. I wasn't too sure if I believed that they would do that, because I asked my Magic 8 Ball about that. I didn't know if I should trust it. That's my 6 chart. Nice long. About the way that 15 charts look. Very ugly. Very ugly. That'd have been a nice pullback though, right here to that 650 here. They sure have a mess though here with the EMAs, the 50s on like the 5s under the 15 and the 1s below that, and if it's worth putting any risk out there on it. If you are here today and enjoying the stream, don't forget to smash that like button. We get to 25 likes, I'll give a copy of the Trader Mindset book away to someone in chat. If we have anybody new on the stream today, let us know in chat so we can welcome you. Make sure to smash that like and subscribe on YouTube. Set those notifications. That way you'll know every time we go live. We'll probably go live again on the Asia session, I think. I don't think I'm going to do the Asia session tonight. I might do it again on Thursday night. Wayne, you struggling on the trade, or talking about because you're not feeling good? Not feeling good, huh? Probably got the COVID 26 or something. I like to get a decent little base hit. But it's that opportunity off 650. Kim, can you explain to me why and where you started using the 238 EMA and why? That's the first time I've ever heard anybody say that. And I know if you're using it for a reason. Come on, teach me something today. I like to learn new stuff. Gotta go to the old W2, huh? See you on the next one. Have a great rest of your day. Y'all's done got, well, that makes more sense around 12, 11, 12. Getting to be grinding a little slow here. Sideways action. No. Now really all we can look for is some type of expansion, up or down. Yeah, Pips, trust me, all traders used to be that way. There's days where I used to take a lot more trades, but sooner or later you end up starting to clean things up and learn to stay away from certain things. And I did like them coming down and touching 650. I was called that level out way before it ever got there, but I was in the middle of either reading out of that book or talking. Once I get to rambling on the stream or answering questions, I don't pay so much attention to the chart. By the time I seen it, it was already up like 40 points. So, um, yeah, I am picky though. You don't have to take 100 trades. I want to take less trades and hopefully maximize more on the profit side. with like A plus setups, or A minus or A, or B plus, B minus, possibly a C or C plus, probably an eval though. Funded? No. Yeah, I execute on the 1 minute. Yep. I execute on the 1 minute, and but I'm constantly looking at the 1, the 2, the 5 minute, the 15 minute, 30 minute, 1 hour, 2 hour, and 4 hour all day. While we're trading, I'm watching these on TradingView. To the left, we have the 1 minute. In the middle, we have the 2 minute. And then down here on the end is usually the 5 minute. But that's the one that I use to cruise through the higher time frames. I'll switch it from 15, 31 to 4. You know, and see what we're looking like. See that today that we had that 4-hour candle touch that trend line. So, no, always nope. The triangles are not. The triangles are a buy sell signal indicator that I built for TradingView and for NinjaTrader. They are not supposed to be used as, yes, buy them and sell them every time it throws one off, especially if you're looking at the 1 minute chart, because you don't have enough data collected on 1 minute chart. I mean, some of them do hit, like you'll get a buy signal or sell signal at move 100 points your direction, but I do like them on the higher time frames. 15 minutes or higher, I like the signals, but you're also looking for confluence. You can't take trades just based on one thing. Leave your setup like that, please. Parent said, what, you talking about the TradingView? I don't execute from TradingView though, so I can't be streaming off of TradingView. I only execute off NinjaTrader. Or what, you just want to look at it again? You tell me, parent. I can't leave it like that all the time. See, like right here, we just had a green arrow put in, buy signal on the 1 minute on NinjaTrader. But on the TradingView 1 minute, it has thrown 4 buy signals and 2 sell signals in the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, last 7 or 8 minutes, which means, you know what? Probably need to stay away from it. It's chop. Chop. Because what happened if you try to use them signals on the 1 minute? You're gonna take them and you're gonna get ate up. You're gonna get in long, it's gonna go against you, and it's gonna fire the sell signal. You're gonna go short, it's gonna go against you long. Because we're in chop. You need to read. You can look at my chart right now and see plain as day that we're in some kind of range that is not worth trading. This whole area right here, all of this is junk. This is nothing but chop. This 650 level down here that I had said that I liked was the only trade that I would have liked out of all this mess, but I missed it, which I'm fine with. So we need price to do one of two things. Clear this box to the downside, clear this box to the upside, and retest up here when it breaks or something. This mess, stay away from it. You want to blow accounts, you want to keep flipping back and forth, red to green, then you get stressed out, then you get emotional, then you add size, then you start tilting, then you take one more trade, then you double the size, and next thing you know, you done blew the account. I know, I've been there. I've traded this as an early trader. Pips, wicks are just part of the game. Not all entries are going to get wicked like that. It's not like every single candle does it. I assume you're talking about candles that like wick, like bad, not these little bitty wicks you're seeing on these candles. That's nothing. But you see something like this back here with some longer wicks, like this one here, this one here. Precision entry back here. Look, it dropped into the 4-hour zone. On the 15-minute chart, we was calling this why it was happening. The candle pushed back in a certain area and closed. Then if it closed there, take entry, bam, you get in and this candle went straight up. A little bit of pullback goes on some more, and then I took this candle right here with this long wick. I was watching something on another time frame. I said we need to close that candle. You know, I don't remember what it was now. But I was like, whatever, this, and this. And I got in here at 577 was my entry price. Candle right here. But you're going to have to realize wicks are part of the game. They're not going anywhere. But you can still find plenty of precision entries. Hey, what's going on, Richard? No, doing decent right now. Doing decent myself. Got a little snapshot here. Trying to get another base hit right now. Something decent. I want to get these accounts over 100, 200 bucks. Where I'm at so far on the day. All this is locked in. I'm not going to trade none of this other than these bottom three is what I'm in now. I'd like to get them, like I said, at least another, I don't know. I get them over 100, I'll be happy with that. That's a base hit, I'll be happy with that. Base hits add up, you know what I mean? If I get more than that, great. If I don't, great. Yeah, yeah. I copied 8 this morning, not all of them at the same time. Yeah, Richard, I caught a trade over here to the left after that big drop, and we was reading what was going on with other time frames. I got in at 577 over here, scaled out of most of my cons too fast and left one to run, and I let it run up into this cluster right here. I got stopped out on this red candle right here. I think it was around $200 on micro or close to a little under 200 once I got stopped out, I think. The 677 would have been 200. My stop was at the bottom of that. Pips, yeah, no, not all them accounts weren't copied together. The top 8 were 7 or 8. But I normally don't copy that many accounts at one time. A lot of times I leave it anywhere between 3 and 5. Richard, yeah, I don't blame you. I mean, this whole mess that they're arranging here, this chop, yeah, I could, very understandable, why you would be that way. James said, how do you stop getting triggered to take trades on the 1-minute chart? By talking to all of y'all on the stream, because I'm not paying attention. No, I'm just kidding. Because there's nothing to take. I mean, James, what are you looking at that's making you want to trade right now? We have no idea where this is going to go. I keep saying over and over, the best trade in this whole range right here was this hit on 650 that I was talking. I wanted to see it tag 650 earlier. I was saying that when it was way back here somewhere. I said, well, maybe if we come down to 650 and see how it reacts. Well, I was too busy. I wasn't paying attention to that. By the time I seen it, had touched it, it was 40 points higher. I can't get it, and then I'm chasing it. And see, this tells you on chop. It's throwing buy signals and sell signals right here. I mean, who's going to buy that? Richard said rejection at 740 area. Yeah. Well, yeah, price is going up and down in a range, but here's the thing, the range is too tight right here. So, and there are people that will range trade. So All right, let's put our box back on. Put our box back on it. See where we have our most touches at. Like this. So yeah, I mean, some people say, you know, they'll put their box on the chop or the range and they'll buy here and let it ride and try to cover the top and then go short and ride it back to the bottom. People do that, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not going to tell you to do that or teach you to do that, but it's possible. I've done it in the past. I don't like trading like that, but it is possible. The problem is sooner or later, you're going to, one day, if you do start doing that, you're going to stop the first time you're doing that trade and you finally get that death candle or a big green candle and you're in it on the wrong side and you blow an account because they're chopping all this. And so you keep playing range and finally you think, well, I'm going to cover here or whatever the scenario is. And then boom, 50, 100 point candle comes in. I've been there, done that. Richard's in a short. Would you get an entry on a short, Richard? Crazy. Crazy. Richard, ain't you the one that was on stream last night from the West Coast? Richard got in at 675. No. Tips, when you say looking for extended only entries, are you asking me, am I looking for expansion to the downside or upside for entry? Earlier it was very. Right now, I need them to get out of this chop. There's no trade in this for me personally. They either need to expand to the downside. Let me see it come on down. Come down here and hit the 60-minute 50 on the golden pivot. Perfect bounce opportunity right here if they get there fast. If they expand out of the top of the box, then I will look for an entry on a retest. Say they finally break out of this range, I'm going to expect them to retest a 15-minute high or previous day high here probably. Maybe. If I like the way it looks, then I'll take my long entry. But I need it to get out of this range for me to put any capital into the market. Going for 640 on the short. I like it. Nice job, Richard. I was gonna say, I was looking at 15-minute chart. I was like, you said 640. I was gonna be like, man, if you break that, you could see a lot more downside there, like a lot. That's a little bit of a free fall to the bottom side of that 15-minute candle there. We don't even have. They're not giving us any imbalance or anything on the higher time frames right now to deal with, to use to our advantage for anything. And instead of trying for me to catch this short, because this is looking pretty nasty here, I'm more inclined to let it do what it wants to do and see if it reaches a position for me to take a long for a recovery bouncer. More so than, they break out of the 644 area, this low here. They could come down here to 600, or 566. It could be that critical. But just because I think it may go there, don't mean I should take it short, because the entry ain't now. We done made short done started. So if it does keep going, I don't want in right here, because if I buy right now, it might go back up here and retest this 30-minute 50. And then I don't want to take that trade. I'd rather wait to see it come on down and find the bounce somewhere. That's what I did on this first free fall when the market opened. I waited and waited. You know, some of this looked good, but it was piercing levels so much. Well, because I don't want to get caught trying to counter trend trade a drop and it just keep dropping. I want to go long. I don't want to go short. So I can't try to buy long here. I need to wait and see what it gives me this way. And like I said, if I go short here, I'm going short and the 1 minute momentum is already oversold and wanting a curl down here. And now we're getting a green candle. We do have some room to the downside on the momentum indicator on the 2 and 5 minute chart still. They still have room to get down to the oversold down here like the 1 minute. That don't mean it's got to happen though. At any given moment, that momentum can curl, especially now that the 1 minute's down there. A lot of times the 1 minute can start curling and it bounce, and then it'll curl back over under the 50-yard line and try to get in line with the 2 and the 5 minute. I mean, it is that critical to be reading all that type of information all day long to understand these smaller things that are going to happen. Because a lot of people, they'll get in a trade and not understand why it went down or went against them. You know, I went long here, but it kept going down. I don't know why. Or then they'll do the complete opposite. They'll go short and then they'll go long. They're like, I don't know why it happened. Well, it's because there's so much information you got to be keeping up with. You almost got to pinpoint those areas using higher time frame mainly. I had that same problem about a week ago, Richard. Ended up knocked off the stream. I lost internet for like 6 hours. Looking for 420, huh? Anything's not possible considering that they got snagged up on this drive back up right here at the 700 area. Seemed like they was going to try to take it back to the highs, but see, I missed that. Talking about that golden pivot 60 minute 50 and what I wasn't standing close enough to Got a nice bounce there. I would have liked to put some risk on there. A little bit. $4.20 down here. Oh yeah. Previous day lows down there. 15-minute imbalance. 4-hour zones down there. Whole lot going on. I was kind of surprised when we had this drop this morning. That was that was the next level. Had it broke under or what it was, I had a box drawed over here. I think it was at 480. I had that box at 480. I was like, if we take out 480, we're probably going to go to 420. Really shocking. I mean, it could still go there. Focus. Nobody took that long there. Close to that golden pip, the orb low here. Beautiful little long there. A long wick they handle there. Pips, I don't know what shaded rectangles you're talking about. The pinkish colored ones on the chart now. If you are talking about these ones that are at the bottom of my screen and the top there, because I clean up my chart, when they're invalidated, I scoot them to the side. They don't disappear on their own. Like I'll go look at my 4-hour chart on NinjaTrader, and say like if you look at the ones at the bottom, I take it. I'm on my 4-hour chart right now, and I move it, and when I drag it, it disappears on that screen. Then I can put them back or adjust them or move them around where they need to go. Just because there were some that were like this, I think, in here like that or something, but they're invalidated right now. I mean, we could leave one right here. That's the current top of the 4-hour candle we're working on now. This one needs to be on. Just because they don't need to be there. But the current 4-hour candle area lows and highs is this bottom box, and then above and below that is the next 4-hour candle. Yeah, pips. This color rectangle, yes, is a based on 4-hour. But I have many things on my chart. These down here that are greenish, these are 15-minute bullish imbalance. Below that, dark green down here, 112 to 213, that is 4-hour bullish imbalance. The lighter color, green or yellow, more 15, 4-hour zones. There'll be different things, different colors on my charts that all mean something else. Why 4 hours? Is that not too long? Not for me, it's not. I like to know where my 4-hour ranges are at. I mean, we need to know where they was at on this drop back here. This drop is what invalidated some of them. You have to know where things are at. I mean, right now, I mean, I always want to know what my 4-hour range is. Not everybody might not want to know it, but I want to know it. But it's not just a 4-hour range that is on here. If you look at my chart, I got the 15-minute low, the 15-minute high. That's the low and high of a 15-minute candle. Got the same up here, 30-minute high, 1-hour high, 2-hour high, 4-hour high. They're all lined up at top right there. That is the high of them candles. They will update once the candle has been invalidated, or the time frame has been invalidated by a candle on that time frame. So where's all the lows? Look, the 30-minute low, 1-hour, 2-hour, 4-hour low, all down here in this 4-hour box. Those will not update unless, let's say, the 1 hour puts in a new 1 hour low or a new 1 hour high. So we're stuck in this range, which tells me that at any point in time, they can manipulate this chart to the downside or the upside. We're stuck. You know, it's not doing anything tradable for me. Richard's in a short, 62424. Rooting for you there. Got to break down through that golden pivot in that 60-minute. $5.62 lower on that area. I like it. Be surprised you get some quick manipulation down there. Would not surprise me at all. But that's why, pips, I have all that on there. It's very important to know everything about your higher time frame. When reading your structure, everything starts with high time frame. Now, just depends on the kind of trader you are. If you're a scalper, you can almost get away with just trading the 1 minute chart and looking at some lower time frames because you're scalping. And there's nothing wrong with that. Whatever fits your style of trading. Like I said, I used to scalp all the time. The most profitable trading is boring trading. The market pays patience, not activity. You don't always have to be in a trade. And it's one of them hurdles to get over. Always wanting to be in a trade, always thinking you have to be in a trade to make money. You plan your trade, trade your plan. Plan your trade and trade your plan. Everything else is chasing. I don't need to be chasing these candles up and down through this nasty chop in this range. Good job, Richard. Love it. I'm sure every day I leave a lot on the table. There's 2 trades that done hit that I had talked about way before they happened, but I missed both entries. It is what it is. Now it's hard for me to get short because the momentum on the 1 and 2 minute and possibly the 5 minute. Yeah, the 1, 2, and 5 minute momentum is all down here oversold. As soon as I get in short here, my luck, they're going to drive us back up. And it might still be short play to be played, but now the idea is the short to bounce, not short right here while the momentum's down here. Like if they get another bounce like they did over here, maybe, and then they bring us up, maybe shorted at the 15-minute low or something, and they put in a lower high or something. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. A lot of times, Richard, I'll get in a trade, and if I don't like what it's doing, like you're saying, things will be slowing down because you really want the initial reaction. You know, you get in there, you're looking for that initial push away from price, like immediately put you in the green. But if it slows down and acting kind of crazy, Yeah, just a nasty slow bleed off. You know, I don't I have no problem sitting on the sidelines. I'm locked in on some decent trades today across several accounts. There's no reason for me to put any more risk in the market. So I feel comfortable with what I'm looking at. They very well could be coming to do a retest of these lows, but it could be an intraday double bottom. You know, what if they come down here, they reach them lows and say, you know what, I want to push it back again. Have to wait and see if they get there. If they break, it could get ugly to the downside. May not even get there. That 532 to 542 area looks pretty good. But just because it looks good, don't mean that you take a trade out of it. Little bounce there off the overnight low. Wow, what a nice little going to be coming up at 12 o'clock market time. Whole hour might maybe bring some volume. Maybe. Not too bad. Are still around 18, bouncing around between 15 and in short. I was just about to get in short myself, but I want to see where this candle closed. I don't know if I like that for myself. Like it. I was hoping it was going to close below the golden pivot, and I was going to put my stop above the golden pivot, keep it tight, but really feels like we would visit them lows, but maybe not. Yeah, seems like they're playing a little tug of war right here, a little bit. I like the trade idea. For me, I couldn't do it, but I mean, it makes sense. Everything's on the intraday is pretty bearish right now. I also thought we might get a little bit more of a grind to the upside before we seen any rejection or another leg down, instead of just getting up there and sweeping the way it did. Gonna hold off still. You can see they got some momentum. They can expand on the momentum on the 2 and the 5 minute chart enough to get it to that trend line. And I would rather see that, because then it would be butting into that 30-minute 50 up there on that trend line. See if we got rejection there for a bigger leg down to take out the low, or this lower low that we. Yeah, paper cuts. That's what it is. Information that you pay for. I got plenty of those myself. And a candle's about to close, and gonna close if they keep hammering down right here like sideways, like consolidating. Gonna close as a doji 15 minutes if they stay right where we're at. And we spent a whole lot of time right in this area. At 2 minutes left on that, drop it right here. Have a trend line about 520. Did a sweep of the trend line this morning, I think. Around that 525 area, I'll be a trend line retest on a 4 hour as well. So right in that area. I hope everybody's pretty green on the day. That and the bear flag. Ugly too. In short. Nice. Come on down, take out 566. Break below 5.5. They can do that. We can get a nice push down into this area. Should. Good job, Richard. Green. Nice. Wasn't you close last night? I think you said you needed 900, baby. Oh, I got you. I think last night in Asia session, somebody was talking about just need 900 to pass eval or something. If I remember. Decided they want to probably go long whenever I get in short. I did not mean to do that. Hold, I meant to buy. What I get for not paying attention to what I'm doing. Boom, $1.50. Held through $100 something in drawdown for $1.50. What did I say? Green is green, right? Green is green. I know, right? Horrible price action. Horrible. You feel like the price action prices are still on, Swain? Oughta go take it easy. Get some meds. Drink some of X cold and flu medicine. I start not feeling good. I drink that stuff like it's Kool-Aid. Could be along here. Full port, full port. I'm just kidding. Richard scalping it. Now, Richard, don't be over trading. Oh, I forgot you're trying to pass some emails. Never mind. Keep doing what you're doing. Tell you what, it's been a day ever since they went in this range, slow grind in the down zone. If we have anybody new here today, let us know in chat so we can welcome you to the community. If you're enjoying the streams, smash that like button. Helps push them out there on YouTube further. Get to 25 likes. Give away a copy of the Trader Mindset book. Chat. Ever want to miss when we go live, make sure you like and subscribe to the YouTube. For me, it's kind of like, you know, now we're flagging, you know. So I don't really want to take anything long unless we can, well, you say your take profit 636. I want to get above 636 to probably take any long. You know, if I'm going to go short, I want to see it either expand to the upside and reject off the trend line, or maybe take out the overnight low with momentum, might short it into this zone down here, possibly. Or just can't do it, you know. Or expand to the downside, and I missed a short, and then see if they want to put in a double bottom here on the intraday for another bounce opportunity. Maybe they even sweep this area a little bit. Crash out any stops that are below here. Because there are people that probably got in long here, put their stops there, didn't take profit up here, and now it's all the way back down here, and they're probably holding and hoping that it turns around somewhere right here and keeps going up. Left for stop there. I already took a less than now short earlier, went against me. I got out with a $1.50. Maybe I can go buy me something from the value menu. I don't know. I execute on the 1 minute, but sometimes when I take my trades, it's something based off what I'm looking at the 5-minute chart. Like that higher time frame. How you gonna do it? Catch the direction and bias. higher structure, executing on the lower structure. That's the name of the game. They almost got me upset right here with this short. Right, I'm trying to take that short one. Always too early, I guess. It never did come up and test the 50 on the 1 minute. Now they want to do it. It touches that. It's all back here. It never got there. So now I'll wait. Maybe they take out the overnight low there. I want to see them put in a double bottom on the intraday and see what they think about that 494 area. 496 down here. Got to remember though, they got the be a 4-hour trend line bounce somewhere out of this box right here around 525, top of this box. They could come down, just tap it. They could barely sweep it and push back inside the trend line. True scalper there, scalping them. I like it. Could get it. Could get it, Richard. I'll stay away from it. They doing too much back and forth. Like if I get in it short, I want it to go to the dark side of the moon. Yep, Pips, that's true. Well, and that's part of that game, but you got to remember, things can change quick. And you've been stacking in wins and then take that one loss. If that one loss is wiping out the gains, then there's too much. You're putting too much risk on the table. You should have stopped out sooner, or you're not letting your winners gain enough. Talk about it all the time. Somebody was on here a long time ago talking about they didn't understand what was going on. Their win rate was 80 or 85%. It was high or something, but they was always at break even. It's because of risk. You know, they're winning all the time, but when they lose so big it wipes everything out. So you got to tighten up that risk management, which just goes to show you could have a win rate of 99%. It don't mean that you are winning unless you control that 1%. That 1% is bigger than the 99. Oh, sure you can. There are plenty of people on here that are taking profit and taking payouts. They're just small, staying consistent, and keeping risk tight. Scalping's a dangerous game if you ain't done it long enough. I can tell you that. It takes a while to get real good at it, I think. And if you're scalping minis, what are you trading? Are you trading minis or MNQ or micros? Look at the drop. Look at the drop. Richards trade micro pips. What are you trading? Well, pips, I can tell you that's the number one mistake right there. Quit doing that. There's no reason you should be trading micros and trading 30 or 60 on a good fill, or especially going in deep 30 or 60 right out of the gate. I mean, if that's the case, why don't you just switch to using minis? How many micros are you trading, Richard? Well, if you are DCAing in, you say you do like I do, but I don't know about that. When you do DCAN, are you doing it by structure only, high confluence area? Are you waiting for confirmation to actually add to your trade? Because without certain factors, you have to be ready to cut your trade, not add to it. A lot of people that DCAN are doing it horribly wrong, and that's why it's got a bad rap. And it's not for everybody. Not everybody should do it, but you can't just do it by clicking a button. You can't say, "Oh, I'm in the red this much. I'm going to buy some here." "Oh, went against me a little bit more. I'm going to buy some right here." If you're going to DCAN, you have to start small, right out of the gate with entry, and it's got to be part of your trade plan. You can't just let it keep going against you. I've never DCA'd into a trade that wasn't part of my trade plan. If I get in something, you know, you have to have your whole trade planned out. Can't be in the trade and switching it up like like it goes against you, and then deciding, oh, I think I'm going to add here. Maybe I add some right there. Oh, it looks like there's a little wiggle. It might bounce. I'm going to add some here. You actually need to be going by structure when you add to your position, and it depends on how it reacts to that structure. But it has to be part of your plan. You can't get in it one way or the other and be wrong, and then just start adding, or then wait for it to get the structure and make a decision. You have to know that if you get into a trade, there's a possibility it's going to go against you before you even take it. So you should have in your plan where that might be. You know, well, if I get in this, it might go here for some type of retest or something. Am I willing to hold this trade to there? And if so, how many more do I want to buy there? Market structure. Market structure as in breaks of structures and retest, or even high confluence zones, precision entry zones, maybe imbalance areas, anywhere where confluence comes together. So you got to say you're in a trade and it does some kind of break of structure retest against you, but then there's also, say, a pivot point there or some kind of high time frame 50 EMA. As long as there's other confluences to add to the decision. Getting down here close to the trend line on the 4 hour. I got real close on that ticker right. Wonder if they're going to back out. I'm going to try to test a long out of here. The 15-minute push right off of the trend line. I wasn't paying attention. That would have been a perfect entry down there. Ugh. Yeah, yeah. Wayne said it right. That's what most people are doing. That's why it's got a bad rap, and that's why people don't understand. You know, you just can't do that. If you're just going to be, you can't even do that when you add to a winner. You need to add to Sorry about that, everybody. I'm sure you probably heard my dogs going crazy. My neighbor opened my door and hollered my name. I'm glad I closed out of that trade that I was in long before I walked away. That'd have been awful. But had to deal with something with my neighbor there. Threw it on mute. You got short, talking about shorting. Getting back down close to that old trend line there. See? They getting into dangerous territory. They keep on walking this down like this. Have a look. $15-minute candle closes in about just under 3.5 minutes. If it closes below this low over here, man, at 420 might be in play today. 420, 425 area. Not looking too good. No. Or what if they just retest, just touch it and bounce out of here, or maybe sweep it, but close the 15-minute back above in these lows here. Get down, get down. Are we having fun today? Yep, yep. Well, they closed that 15-minute candle right inside that trend line, right on it. I was looking at that chat pretty weird there for a minute. I see two Richards in there, and one's dark brown, light brown. I'm like, what in the world? I thought it was the same Richard that was talking. Wasn't looking at the whole name there, I reckon. I was like, hold up, Richard just said despite my internet connection having a great day, and then Richard said, right, connections are weird today. I was like, why is he answering his own statement there? My bad. We got old Sanchez with us as well. Well, I feel like I should probably go short up in this area, but I'm too worried if I go short up here that that's going to be when they want to make the next leg to the upside, start breaking structure. Kind of weird they came this low and didn't go on and break that low or do something to it, instead of this. Not saying it won't reject and they come on down there and break it, but, you know, time of day. Them old trend lines don't always work, but them higher time frame trend lines work quite often, sometimes, not all the time. One's got to think if they even start breaking to the upside here, that you know, start taking out structure on the 1 minute and to keep going. That means they're doing a 5 minute structure, 10 minute, 15 minute. So could be something building down here. There's no reason that they shouldn't have broke this on this slow grind down. And it was that close. Hard for me to believe they're going to reject here and take it out. I really feel like I should wait for the 15 minute close above the 15 minute high, but could be a situation where maybe say the 5 minute closes above it. Could work out well. 30 something seconds. Well, take his first one out, target the second one, and so on. Just extended on the 1 minute on momentum, but 2 and the 5 has a lot of room to go upside. make it though. It don't look like. Give me a little base hit. Points. Push it. Wow, doing me dirty. Ooh, that's not good, Richard. I've had that happen several times over the past few years. I had that happen one day. We was on stream. I lost internet, and by the time I could get back on and got logged in Trader, I was down about $1,000 and some under the account. I didn't have no stop in when I lost it. They really gonna try to reject up here? What kind of baloney is that? James, I entered yeah, because I was looking to for this to start trying to hopefully break structure on the way up. I was gonna just try to scalp it out until I got a base hit. Might not work though. Might not work. Looked like maybe they was trying to set it up to take the long, but absolutely be wrong about that. Would it be the first time I was wrong? Bulls, yeah, they need to do something. Get some kind of pop. Coming up on 1 o'clock market time. About 5 minutes or 4 minutes. On, let's go. Push. Let a man get a base hit. What's going on here? Ain't like I'm trying to get 100 points out of this. Although maybe I should be. Sold one off manually. I took my stop off there. And I'm going to put a stop in just below. On, just push already. I'll close it out. I don't like it. Woohoo! 25 bucks. Better than $1.50 I had, I guess. Look at that. That did me so dirty. Yeah, I should have been a little more patient. Well, that's how it goes sometimes. In the long, got out of the long. Looks like y'all locking in that green. A pretty nasty rejection out of that golden pivot there. See what they do here overnight low. You know, I mean, if they could be taking another leg down. Maybe they still want to go lower. Not quite the way we want it to look, you know. Just depends on if they push it up here some more. You know, I mean, they get a hard push down, yeah, on the 5 minute for sure. Be a pretty decent push. I will too. I'll go. I'll do it. 10 golfs. Not enough time left. How about I just pull up my lounge chair onto the sideline and get out the bullhorn and root y'all on from the sidelines. in the short. Get in short too, right there. I'll just get in small. Worth the risk, I guess. Maybe we come back down in here. Maybe more. Ideally, nice for them to come back down here and take out this low down here. I can give it a little time to breathe. Nice. Really? Doing that? Stipulation is finest. Like they're playing a whole lot of games. Hey, what's going on, Melinda? Bush. Dirty thing, you. Oh, manipulation of the downside. Oh, death candle. Can do it. On death candle. See the money. Oh. Sorry about that. Hear them ferocious horses I have in the background? Yeah, they act like they're going to protect me, but if something was really wrong, I think they'd be behind me. Come on, let's go. Oh, us the death candle. Let her rip to the downside. Do it. Oh, let's go. Wrong way, wrong way. Do me dirty like that. Maybe I should leave that at break even. Oh, let's go to the downside. Work that trend line. On 15-minute candle. About to close right on the trend. Real close to it. What in the world? Ready to close this out. My stop back into place now. Comes above that line. I want. Come on, 15. Push down. Push down. Break the low. Talking into existence. Let's go down. Come on. Wrong way. Yeah, come on, Bears. Get it. Horrible price action. Should just keep going down. I don't know who's buying it. Who's buying it? Algo? Come on, let her rip. Under 15 minutes and we'll be 1:30 market time. Just let it rip to the downside. Put in and find a new bottom and march it back up the rest of the day. Come on. Push. Have to take out that low. Take out that low. Take out that low. We're going down. I better not let it happen. And it's going to go down fast too. I'm going to like it. Keep pushing down. Push. I'm trying, Melinda. I'm trying. I got my leaf blower out trying to blow the candle down on my chart. Push. Watch them get down here and take out that low and the lever releases for the waterfall. All these lows are sitting down here. 30-minute low, 1 hour low, 2 hour low, 4 hour low. Because they have never been broken in that time frame today to update. So nice. Nice job, Richard. Still let it breathe. I should probably take profit down there in that area because that's boxes there for a reason, but I'm gonna let it breathe. In the green pretty good, so yeah, it has been, but sooner or later the pattern breaks. You know, got 10 minutes on this 15-minute candle. One of two things is going to happen. It's either going to stop me out or it's going to close below that low, preferably below the low. Because if they did that and didn't stop me out down here previous day low. Never know. Especially if they close that 15-minute candle inside that trend line again. They keep buttoning that trend line. Sooner or later, it's going to break. That you are number 2. You're in second place. Second place. Now, I think that's got something to do with top fans in the chat. Like you have said the most. Left the most comments in chat or something. Second, something like that. I don't know. Kentucky Fried extra crispy on my keyboard. Now you know the extra crispy chicken ain't good for your health, Richard. Gotta eat the grilled chicken. Yeah, it does 1, 2, and 3, the crowns, but it's got something to do with like top fans in the chat, people that are most active. Take my stop off because I don't believe it. Let them run it back. I guess I can put it up here at break even. I want to give this thing time to breathe. I don't believe that they're going to try to turn this around yet. I think there's more downside coming. Ate real chicken at McDonald's. I felt like, yeah, okay. Everybody eating chicken. Do I need to go put me some chicken in the air fryer? Grilled chicken out here I can throw in the air fryer. Ooh, I can put it on my salad. I need to eat a salad today. Past lunch. Shouldn't even be streaming. All right, let's get it. Take that low out. What y'all doing? Playing around too much. Heartstring. I can tell you all kinds of news. What kind of news you want to hear about? You want to hear what's going on with like my animals? Talk about that. Are you talking about important news? Yeah, okay. I would put my thing at break even. Now watch them act like they want to run up there and get it. Linda scalped the red candle. Scalpers deluxe around here. Got a lot of scalpers. Coming to get me. Like we don't get to make that kind of money. Go against I add to my position. I don't even care. Although you never know, one of these bounces could be the bounce. Continues. I'm gonna close that. I'll re-enter about that. Like 90 something dollars on the table. Letting it run back again. Although that 15-minute candle closes, got 4.5 minutes and be back on above that trend line again. Richard, with the long. Good job. And in that green. Hard. I wish that 15-minute candle would close trend line. No, I switched into some evals. James. I was in some, but I rotated out a little while ago. Wasn't liking the price action. It ain't worth me risking my accounts in right now. Been along. 15 candles, about 15 seconds to close. See if they want to do here. Five eighths. What world? Push it down. I want to see y'all take the low out. Oh, nice job, Richard. Back in on long, scalping it back and forth. The power of this market is insane. Come on, break. Want to show us something? Show us something. We're playing around. Go. Went from being way up in the green pretty good to down in the red something, 45, 50 bucks, back to 7 in the red. Hard to trust it. Hard to trust this. W forming on the chart. After 1:30 market time. Come on, you can get above 600. Where them bulls at? We need to put in a hard green candle all the way up to the 5-minute. Yeah, I'm out for a small win too, very small. 7 in the red to 16 in the green. Now, if they could get back up here into this above this orb low here, we could see something to the upside through the end of the day. You know, maybe they want to try to run this back up. That would be nice. So, but they need to get up here above the orb low. They need to put in a higher high, putting in the new lower lows here. Even though this has been ugly, these are new lower lows on this. But we got to get the new highs in. So basically, we're going to say, or I'm going to say anyway, um, somewhere down in here, if they want to pull back, I'll be thinking about getting long in here if they want to come in and put in a higher low off of these legs here. If they keep putting in these higher lows on this leg, sooner or later, they keep busting into this up here, they're going to move through it, hopefully. Seen somebody say something about 610. Yeah, good. Or if we can get that, they get a 15-minute candle to close up around 625, be looking real nice. All right, Richard, we'll see you. Room beats a Got about a minute left on the 15-minute chart to push. That 15-minute chart closes up around 625, between 625 and 630. It'll be looking even better, bull side. Needs to push up there though. If it don't push up there and close on this 15-minute candle, then we could see a return down to put in maybe a higher low down here. Like it's going to make it unless they throw in a fast green candle at the Richard locking in them green, locking in them scalps. Good job. What price is VWAP at? where that line is. It was a decider for us earlier on the day, back here. Seems like they're going to throw in a decent sized green candle here in a minute. Because there's no reason it shouldn't have already rejected out of that orb low line. It's cooked on momentum to the upside. Needs to cool off, but they could leave it that way for a while. Running on up. Here it comes. Tapping that ceiling until it breaks. Oh, shit. Feel safer just staying out on the sidelines for now. The only way I can take a long in this is for it to pull back. Something decent. Yep. See what you're talking about, Richard. You're trying to get the #1 crown? I don't even know who has it. Only thing I'm looking at wiggling is me walking on this treadmill. Burn some calories off before I eat a salad. How about that? No, just got to keep that blood circulating. Sitting at a desk too long ain't good for the body. Not good for the mind either. I can get down with the long if they want to give me some kind of pullback to get into. Probably gonna try to walk this thing back up to 700 or so. See how they act right up here. It needs to cool off on the momentum side anyway. 1, 2, and 5 are so extended on momentum, it ain't even funny. Problem is they can keep them up there and just wiggle them around and keep grinding up. All kinds of a mess to the left. Won't make it through what? VWAP? Eh, maybe not initially. Gonna take my spot. I would expect some kind of pullback up in this area, getting close. Anyway, I don't use VWAP, but I got a line at 650 minutes. That even if we do, might be some kind of short in there. But I'd be looking for a pullback to get long on. Oh yeah, I know. Just I'm trying to look into down the road about what they're going to try here. They had this put in this ugly W and they broke it, starting to put the leg in. I mean, perfect location would be anywhere up in here to do a pullback to get long in. .38 fib pullback would be the top of this box. 50% fib would be just below this box. I'll pull back that leg. Yeah, I watch crude oil on TradingView. It's inside my chart tickers over here. I hadn't looked at it today. I mainly just watch price out of the chart, but I'll leave it and then I'll click over NQ. But I just like watching price because, like you said, pay attention to that because it seems to be when it pops hard, NQ drops. Trying to pull in long. They got my vote, but not up here. Anybody buying long up here, rethink their trade plan. I think I can get behind that. If they pull me back down here. Seen a lot of weird stuff happen on the NQ though. Been plenty of times I thought they was going to pull back, and they proved me wrong and go 100 points the other way when everything on the chart was screaming something else. Done it more than once. It looked like that they was gonna, from what I can see, it looked like they want to try to push it to 700, but nothing's a straight shot. Surely they're hopefully we do a pullback. VWAP would be the perfect place to do it if they're gonna reject. To get the push up there, but maybe not. Who knows? We've had a lot going on today in them charts, so for all we know, that this thing could get up to the 15-minute 50 and reject, or 30-minute 50. I mean, say a 15-minute candle closes, say 215 candle closes below that 15-minute 50. Uh, could be there, could be here, could be there, could be anywhere really. Feels like one of them moments of the day when they keep pushing out of nowhere. There's some kind of news and you get a massive candle. Nice leg that they put in here though. Real nice leg. Flagging and putting in these little shelves here. Because they're slow grinding this way to the upside, the pullbacks might not get the pullbacks we want. Have to take the pullback we can get. May not come down a whole lot. Right now we have the 1-minute 50 on line with the golden pivot point and the 60-minute 50 all on the bottom side of this flag. So maybe not. It does come down there and looks like it wants to turn around and bounce for the next leg up. I'll probably try to get entry down there. Till then, I'm going to stay on the sidelines. Nice. Richard's in the short. Nice job, Richard. I'm just saying where you said, Melinda, you was up okay and started messing with the VWAP indicator. Now you're back down to 1,000, minus 1,000. Ain't any good. You can get it back though. Yep. You got paid for collecting data, didn't you? Kind of data to collect. Sometimes I get paid. Sometimes I get pie in the face. Yeah, possible. Could have been a maybe an order on chart. I've done that plenty of times. Even happened to me on stream several times. I'll be in the middle of a trade doing something, and then all of a sudden some other accounts get triggered. It's easy to forget sometimes that to clear all the orders off or stuff. Then again, it could have just been any kind of quirky thing. Who knows? Think they're trying to do the old bait and switch there, Richard? Well, this really wasn't enough pullback for me to really want to get long. I want to see it down here, but now this is the type of stuff to expect. If they're going to try to be bullish, they're going to give these itty bitty pullbacks and grind it on up. Itty bitty pullback, grind it on up. I want to see something a little stronger than that. So, what I want, what I get are two different things, though. Get them, Remod. Smash that like button. I appreciate you looking out for the community, Remod. I hadn't even checked on it. Yeah, we're only at 15. Wow, crazy. That's all right, Remod. We're not likable enough. There's back in the short. That he's back in his short, collecting more data for the information center. Room beats 615. Hey, I like it, room beats. I don't know if we'll get it, but I want to see what it does if it gets down in our box here. For as bullish as that leg was, and they're trying to hold price up here, maybe we do get it. Maybe we don't. Hopefully, if we get it, they'll try to bounce it out of this area, maybe. They draining that momentum off good on the 1 minute. 2 minutes down around the 50-yard line, which is good. Line out of the way for now. I'll need to use it back here in a minute. Old Richard's scalping the heck out of the chart today. Locking in them base hits left and right. Good job, Richard. Hmm. I don't like much of the price action at all, to be honest. Might try a long out of here, depending on where this candle here closes. Said, well, why are you going to wait for something to close? I'm ready to go. Such manipulation. You see that? As soon as I pressed buy market, it bought it where that thing wicked down real fast right there. Crazy. Manipulation at its finest. All right, Richard, have a great rest of your day. I don't know how much longer we'll be on stream. We'll see you tomorrow on the next one if you're there. Number one, go get this push. All the room in the world to expand to the upside. Take it out. Put in a new higher high on this leg. Go. Linda says she lost her crown. Come on, get up there. Take them highs out. Way we can head to 800. Go. Put in a higher high on this leg. Let's go. Push. Push. Oh. Push. Take off my trade there and lock that in. Appreciate it, Pips. Appreciate all the support and everything. Everybody being here to lock in, show up and show out with us day by day. Off without me. Okay. All right. I don't mind it when it does that. Structure over here. 7 or so on the 5 minute. 694. What a day. Now they acting like they want to keep on running it up. Of course. Of course you do. So don't chase the leg out. Too late. Need to be in it down here somewhere. Chasing up here could end up getting you hurt. Maybe some type of retest down to say 655 or something, maybe. Have any new members with us today? Let us know in chat. We welcome you to the community. Don't forget to smash that like on the stream. We get to 25 likes. I'll give away a copy of the Trader Mindset book to someone in chat. And don't forget to smash that like and subscribe on YouTube. You'll be notified every time we go live. 5 days a week, the New York Open. And then we did our first Asia session last night. We'll probably do another one Thursday night. And that might be become a regular thing maybe for a little while. Maybe I'll add some to it, who knows. Pips asked about the funded. How does the pullback affect you with the trailing drawdown? It ain't too bad usually, but usually, we're trading light and keeping keeping risk tight. Tight as possible. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do to manage the funded, and keep everything pretty clean as possible, but not stress. You got to understand that you're going to take some losses here or there. That's just part of the game. The key is not to take too many big losses. Sometimes I let mine ride a little longer than I should, but it's because I've also cut bait and took off, so many times, and it turn around and go my way right after I take the loss. So the more reps you put in, the more time on the screen and watching the chart, you get more comfortable with everything. It just takes time. Everything takes time, and you don't want to rush it. You don't want to try to rush it and rush to payout and rush to pass an eval, and always be in that gear of rushing. If you're in the gear of rushing all the time, you need to gear it back a little bit, slow down, take your time, reset, rethink the whole process. Boring trading is profitable trading. The more activity, the market pays patience, not activity. If you always have to be in a trade, it tends to be, being like a gambler. You want to go gambling, go to the casino. Nothing wrong with that. Can't treat the market like it's a slot machine or anything. You really have to hold your rules and your discipline, and it takes time. I mean, you just got to give it time. If it was easy to do and you could just come into the market and master it and be profitable and be consistent, then if it was easy, then wouldn't nobody be at work right now? Wouldn't nobody have a job? They would all be trading and living off their trading income. But it's just not the truth, and that's what a lot of that noise is online that people find. And then they find out the hard way that whatever they seen was a straight up lie. I mean, don't get me wrong. Some people do really good, but the ones that do really good are consistent. Don't put all that noise online to try to lure people in, having them believe something about Lambos and mansions, beachfront properties, and airplanes and yachts. You also probably can't be a trader who's trading with the sole purpose of trying to actually get those things. Even if I make that kind of money at some point to purchase those types of things, you'll never see me purchase them. I don't want none of that. Money's not easy to come by, so there's no reason for me to waste it on things like that. Now maybe cabin in the woods on about 500 acres, nobody near me, I can maybe spend some money on something. It's just me and my zoo animals. But I've enjoyed the day with everybody. I'm going to call it a day here. I need to go eat lunch and go take care of some things, get them done today. I hope see everybody back, same place, same time tomorrow, the New York Open. And hope everybody has a great rest of your day.